So, hi everyone, and welcome to the discussion Lines Cut Ties Strengthen Nordic-Baltic Unity Against Sabotage. This panel discussion is organized by the Geopolitics and Security Studies Center in partnership with the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania and also Swedish Embassy. Today, we have three great experts. It's Piotr Szymanski. He's from Poland, Center for Eastern Studies. We also have here Magnus Hjort. He is from Sweden, Director General of Swedish Psychological Defense Agency. And we also have here with us Nerijus Maliukevičius, who is lecturer at Institute of International Relations and Political Science, Vilnius University, and an expert on information warfare. The way in which we are going to structure today's discussion is going to be like the first part with a couple of my questions, and then I will open up the floor in the second part for you all. So if you have any thoughts, comments, remarks, please don't hesitate to ask them, but in the second part. All right, so I'd like to start with a very, very easy question, a short one. Nord Stream pipelines explosions, damage of cables, cyber attacks, DHL's parcels on fire, violating of NATO's airspace, GPS interferences, rewriting Lithuanian history, and so on and so forth. Would you say that we're in a war right now, or are we in a gray zone, like somewhere in between?
Hello, thanks for this very kind invitation. It is always great to be in Vilnius, and the short answer is yes, if we look from the Russian perspective. Russia certainly thinks that it is at war with the West. If we are perceiving it in the same way, I am not so sure, given our rather mild, to some extent, efforts to support Ukraine, given our rather slow response in terms of defense industrial output. We are, I think, in the West thinking that the situation is manageable, and this is not the same existential thing, I mean, Ukraine and the war which is ongoing, as it has been perceived by Russia. So there is a lot, but if you are referring to the gray zone activities, certainly we are at this place in our region and in Europe because Article 5 works, and Russia knows that, and it strives to use different techniques to undermine actions going into this hybrid space and efforts. The entire region is full of that, and I think that we will discuss it later on.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's great to be here in Vilnius. The weather is terrific. We've been saying now in Sweden for a few years that we are in the most dangerous security situation since World War II. And, but our Prime Minister took this one step further at our annual conference of People and Defense in the northern Sweden in January this year, when he said, Sweden is not at war, but there is also not peace. And I've been saying for quite some time that we are in a conflict with Russia. But I think the Prime Minister emphasized that we are not at peace. And we are in a situation where I think we must accept that Russia says that regards this as an information war with the West. And they've been saying this for 15 years, I think, and acting upon this, performing information warfare against us. But we haven't been able to grasp that really, because we are peaceful nations. We talk about FIMI, foreign information manipulation and interference. But actually lately I've been actually addressing this as what we are facing is information warfare, and we must accept this and act accordingly, because otherwise we will never be able to counter it.
I would agree. I would maybe add just a slight aspect that basically, if looking into Russian military thought, there is no such a strict distinction between war and peace in the military strategy. It's a constant, you can call it kind of a competition. They have those terms of informaционное противоборство, but basically the idea is that you are in constant struggle with the West, using all means necessary. And when you ask whether it's war, gray zone, and I think analogy of Cold War II sometimes could be misleading, but in essence it is a type of a Cold War phase, where basically authoritarian, and not just speaking about Russia, authoritarian network of actors, it's Belarus, it's Russia, it's North Korea, it's Iran, they are cooperating in this grand struggle with the West. The problem from our perspective is that we do not grasp this reality, and we do not cooperate enough to really stand the fight in this new Cold War. And the tools are more subtle, but they were subtle in Cold War days as well. In Cold War days, not everything was dealt militarily. It was as well active measures, sabotage, killing of dissidents, be it in London, on London Bridge or elsewhere. So, I mean, we somehow very conveniently forgot the history of how Soviet-Russian machinery works against us.
Okay, there are people who constantly say and mention that we have these new narratives from Russia, new tactics, new tools on how to spread the influence, but I hear from your statement, I hear that these tactics and narratives and tools are not that new. Could you please expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say the general issue with understanding what we are facing is actually not forgetting the history. So the modus operandi is usually the same. You want to weaken your opponent. You want to work on the differences, cleavages in societies, be it in the old days in Western Germany or now in the Baltic region. But then you amplify everything with new technologies, and that's the whole, simple as that idea. In the old days, if you wanted to create a network of useful idiots around Europe, you did it manually. You had KGB agents work the networks. You can go through the history of Mitrokhin archive, how you needed to penetrate all the peace movements, friendship movements in order for them to be on the same page with the Soviets. Nowadays, you don't need those human networks. You need social networks. You need virtual technologies to spin the maybe sometimes new narratives, but in essence the same dividing narratives that makes us in the West weaker.
All right. You have something to say?
Yeah, I would agree. I see many narratives that are the same, many tactics are the same, but technology has evolved so much, so fast. If you read stuff from the 1950s, they were also thinking technology has evolved so fast. We now have television and we have the radio and we have But today, since last like 20 years ago, internet, smartphones, social media, and now AI technology is evolving extremely fast, and this makes it so much easier to produce false text, video, etc. It's by the minute, almost, it's getting more difficult for everyone to distinguish an AI-produced image or video from a real one. So we need to step up our work and do better. And I think we need to do it together.
Doctor, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I just can add that we often, I think, underestimate how our opponents are smart in using these techniques. In the case of Poland, we are frequently receiving these types of questions. So what are these active measures and hybrid operations against Poland? So we have like a set of different techniques they use. Just try to use GPS signal in the vicinity from Kaliningrad. Jamming, there are different suspicious fires in Poland and several things that are happening. But the most dangerous and the most difficult to combat is Russian propaganda. But is it a pro-Russian propaganda? Of course not, because you have to be stupid to pursue pro-Russian narratives in Poland. So what they do? Anti-Ukrainian. So they go anti-Ukrainian, they are spreading fake news, and they are trying to divide Poles and Ukrainians. And this is, as my colleague mentions, this is the most challenging aspect, so the information warfare.
Okay, and earlier when I was mentioning these acts of sabotage, we immediately think of Russia. But do we have other actors who are playing in the region, like perhaps China or other actors about who we do not think about enough?
I mean, if we think of the Baltic Sea space, one of the most challenging aspects of our security, which is directly related to the Russian warfare and funding the war in Ukraine, is the so-called shadow fleet. And of course, if you look at the setup of the shadow fleet, these are oil tankers from very different countries. So Russians are able to organize it. And if we look at the attempts or successful cases of the destruction of undersea cables and infrastructure like Estlink 2 or different telecommunication cables, then you see, for instance, that twice it was like Chinese registered vessels. So these are cases which are being under investigation. The case of Eagle S, the procedure just started in front of the court in Helsinki. These are the cases where we see that because of the international support for Russia, there is a certain enablement. So if you think of that, then I mean if someone have told me that there are North Korean forces in Ukraine like 10 years ago, I would say that it's a computer game, but it is actually happening.
Do you have something to add?
Yeah, well, I would say Russia is the main actor in the Baltic Sea region, of course. But you know, China could be in the background supporting in different ways, and we have also seen Iran doing things to Sweden. We have reports on them using criminal networks, Swedish criminal networks, to perform various attacks on, for instance, Israeli embassies. And so we see different actors. But one thing I think it's important that we must always be careful when attributing different actions towards an adversary, for instance, Russia. If we are too soon in saying, oh, this is sabotage from Russia, it's obvious because it looks like this or that. And it turns out it's not. Russia is going to use it against us, and they have been on several occasions when we have made errors in attributing, various sabotage or accidents. So this is something that we need to be on the lookout for, I think.
I would maybe add several issues. One is that definitely the plausible deniability is the strategy that Russia uses against us, and our inability to be straight in attributing the blame on the perpetrator is the biggest challenge. I usually say, you know, Russia is working like a mafiosi state. When the head of mafia says, you know, I have a headache, who will get rid of this headache for me? And some cronies, like Kremlin's oligarchs, are running to help and dealing, you know, assassinating, sabotaging, and so on. In the end, when the mafiosi ends up in the court, he will say, I never gave an order, I was just, you know... So the Russian system, Kremlin system, is a system of those different para players, you know, oligarchs do their stuff, you know, paramilitary are quite free in implementing sabotage activities in Europe and so on. And in the end, we are in the situation that, well, we cannot attribute this directly straight away and so on. So when we can, we must be very quick, very transparent on that, and show this for our own publics and so on. The other aspect that I wanted to add, I think, is the general motive and logic. I think Kremlin usually thinks in grand geopolitical schemas, you know, from Empire times, Soviet times, and so on. And basically losing the geopolitical control of Baltic Sea with Finnish and Swedish entering, you know, NATO, I think this is a big blow for Kremlin, and this is the way they are now regrouping and rethinking how to, you know, get back in Baltic Sea, how to get control in Baltic Sea, and so on. And in many ways, the sabotage actions can be just kind of a testing operations and other things and so on. But I think we need to understand that you know, more is to come, because you know, Putin cannot leave this as it is, you know, in the Baltic Sea.
Okay, so if there is then more to come, and we're talking about Nordic-Baltic cooperation, usually we hear political statements, and we are unified in political aspects such as the war in Ukraine, we are supporting Ukraine, we are declaring it, and in terms of security, defense, and so on and so forth. But these are mostly political statements. And since the situation is getting worse and worse and worse, how do we need to raise this unity to a higher level, to more practical level, to be aligned not only in the response of to the acts of sabotage and other acts, but to prevent those events from happening? Do we need to raise our cooperation to a higher level? And how do we do that?
I think that there are certain measures in place already. If we are discussing the Baltic Sea region, just to name Baltic Sentry, which was originally planned for several weeks, and we see that these measures, since it is not a NATO mission, because some countries don't agree, but still we have these vigilance activities in NATO's language in the Baltic Sea region in place in order to prevent any further incidents or attacks on the critical infrastructure. But we see different cooperation formats where countries willing to engage more in different kinds of cooperation are doing so. And I think that this is something very good. We have a very interesting case of the Bucharest 9 group, which was established in 2015 by Poland and Romania, and it was basically under the presidents, and through this organization, the eastern flank countries strived for enhance NATO's presence in our region in order to increase deterrence against Russia. And we achieved this goal to a large extent, but over the recent years, there has been many differences between countries like Poland and Lithuania, and for instance, Slovakia and Hungary on Ukraine, on Russia, and we suddenly recognize that we are much closer in terms of sanctions policy, in terms of energy cooperation, in terms of understanding Russia, in terms of aiding Ukraine, to Sweden and Finland, which were outside of NATO. So it is very interesting to see how flexible some formats are to adapt. And it was a B9 summit in June 2024, and this June in Vilnius here, where there was no common statement. It was only a statement by a host country and Poland and Romania. But the trend is very good from my perspective. I mean, because in 2024, there was a representation from Sweden and Finland, and this year in Vilnius, we had all Nordic states. So we see that there is like a certain field of overlapping interest, and countries which are willing to pursue the cooperation are always finding ways through, even in a format where you have Slovakia and Hungary.
Well, the answer is yes, of course. We need to cooperate more. I think we need to go from analyzing what Russia is doing to actually counter it. We need to join forces in a better way. We need to understand that Russia will try to interfere with every election in Europe. And we need to be ahead of that. We need to be able to perceive what narratives could they push, what vulnerabilities do they have in each country. And together we can fight that, because together we are stronger than Russia, no doubt about it. But if we are divided, if we are only analyzing afterwards, well, we saw that, we saw this, well, we could see this, then we could be losing it. And we need to support those countries outside the Nordic Baltic region as well. I mean, we are supporting Ukraine as much as we can, doing training courses, exercises there. We are supporting Moldova. I know Armenia will be targeted next year. We have a number of countries in danger, really. And we need to stick together, because otherwise Russia can take country after country. And after a while, they will come for us as well. So we will step up. We need to step up our game. We'll need to find ways to work together. I think we're doing great stuff already in the European Union, perhaps in NATO, but we need to find new ways, I think. And my coming here is, for me, a great way of learning more about how Lithuania has organized things. And I'm very grateful for the meetings I've had today. I'm learning a lot on how Lithuania is working, and possibly we can take this further in order to safeguard our democracies better.
I would add just that definitely, the answer is yes, and we are doing already many things, but we shouldn't lose the wider horizon of the issue. I mean, we just have to realize that we have to be proactive, and if we will not be proactive on having our toolbox, drilling the crisis scenarios, putting the resources into it, then Russia will make us mobilize. I mean, I usually give this example with NATO centers of excellence, which we have, each Baltic state has one. I mean, it's a cyber center, it's a strategic communication center, and then it's energy security center. Why? Because each of the Baltic countries were faced with this malign strategy. Estonia was cyber attacked in 2007. We had to rethink and reorganize. We are constantly under disinformation propaganda attack. We have to think proactively on our Stratcom capabilities. And Lithuania was constantly under Russian energy, kind of sabotage actions, and we needed to counter-react this. So, I mean, once again, in the Baltic Sea region, we need to realize that Russia will fight back. And we need just to be ready, not just conceptually, but practically, financially, and up to the level of integrating our capabilities.
I would just love to add 3 things I think we can do proactively, maybe at the higher than informational and political efforts, and these are more frequent controls of the so-called shadow fleet vessels. We have a good reason for doing so, because these ships are very often old and without a proper insurance, and they pose environmental threats to the region. So we have to be creative on that and act, because this oil export is fueling Russian war machine. Second area is we have to put some pressure on this conventional level on Russia. It is totally unfair for Ukraine that Russia could take all its bases from the border with Norway or Finland from regular troops and send them to Ukraine. We have to, I mean, be more active on the Barents Sea in terms of freedom of navigation. We have to put more troops in the Baltic states under NATO flag, and in Finland, which is in Finland happening, and we'll have forward land forces in Finland as well, but it should be something bigger in order to be visible from Moscow. And third area is nuclear level. So I think that it is very good that United Kingdom rejoined nuclear sharing program, that US tactical nuclear bombs are deployed to the UK, and we have to think how to strengthen nuclear sharing, nuclear deterrence at this tactical level, because on the strategic level there is a balance between the US and Russia, but at the tactical level Russia still has advantage and still could put pressure on us, and we have to be resolved in that respect as well.
Thank you so much. I'd like to touch upon the topic of like the domain society. Mr. Magnus Hjort, you come from Sweden. In the Baltic states, we are used to the fact that we experienced a lot of, mentioned the Russian occupation and so on and so forth, but we do not have a lot of knowledge of what is happening in the northern countries, Sweden, Norway, Finland. Could you please expand a little bit on how the Swedish society, the audience, does Russian disinformation reach them? How they react? How to cope with that? And what is your agency's role in that?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd like to start with our role because that's perhaps the most easiest to discuss. We were started back in, and we have basically 2 major strands in our remit from the Swedish government. We monitor sort of 24/7 what foreign actors are doing, foreign threat actors are doing against Sweden or Swedish interests in the information domain. And the second is to build resilience within the whole of society. We work in order to enhance knowledge, preparedness in the information arena. We also work internationally. As I've said, we have secondments to NATO Stratcom headquarters in Brussels, to the European External Action Services, to the NATO Stratcom Center in Riga. So that is a very important part of our work. And also bilaterally, we are supporting Ukraine, as I said, and we are supporting Moldova, which I think is very important that we are all working together. Russian narratives has a very poor track record in Sweden. Sweden has become, or has been, very resilient against Russian narratives. We don't buy into that. We don't accept it. Sweden stands very firm behind the idea of supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. Well over 90% of Swedes support all the support that we are giving to Ukraine in the military arena, in the civil arena, etc. Some of the narratives that has been used are, of course, centered around migration and crime, and also Sweden as a failed country, Sweden as a degenerate country where LGBT issues are predominant. They were trying to use the Quran burnings in order to stop our way into NATO, but all this has failed, actually, because we have been educated, I would say. The last 10 years, a lot of eyes have been opened. But then again, I think we have a long history of being skeptic against Russia. Most of the Swedish eastern coast was burned in 1719. Perhaps some of the memory still remains of that, those sort of terror burnings. Only 2 cities were spared, Stockholm and Gävle, because our military fought back there. So we have a long history of facing Russia and facing Russian narratives. And of course, we are also Nazis. I mean, you are possibly Nazi as well. I mean, we're all Nazis according to Russia. So all these narratives, not all of them are very well thought out, if you ask me. I think they sometimes miss the point. They are not, enough culturally aware of where we sit or stand. For instance, Russia always bring up the Battle of Poltava. Battle of Poltava. Who knows about the Battle of Poltava? Who remembers the Battle of Poltava here? Well, a few Swedes, and the Norwegian does. If you ask the Swedish public, many of them have no idea what the Battle of Poltava was. That was 1709. It was a military disaster. 7,000 or 8,000 Swedes died, and many were taken in captivity. We lost our Baltic Sea great powerness. Well, good riddance, if you ask me. But we don't care. We don't care one bit of the Battle of Poltava. It was 300 years ago. We moved on. The Russians have not. They still think Battle of Poltava is a pinnacle of our history. And this is something that really hurts the Swedes if we bring up the Battle of Poltava. So this is being brought at us quite often, actually. Remember the Battle of Poltava? No, we don't care. Actually, we don't care. There was some posters outside the Swedish embassy in Moscow portraying some famous Swedes as being Nazis. One of them was Astrid Lindgren. Do you know Astrid Lindgren? Was she a Nazi? Shouldn't think so. No? Pippi Longstocking? No, she's no Nazi. It just goes to show that they do not understand how we work culturally. So they're having difficulties to reaching us. But of course, crime and migration are things that are bothering us. Those are things that are in the public debate. There are different aspects of this, of course, that you can polarize and try to polarize. They have not succeeded as yet. And we will try our best in order to stop them from succeeding.
Maybe two aspects, because when speaking about Poltava, we had this emotional kind of ironic laugh and so on. I think this is one important aspect when thinking about why and how they are doing this. And sometimes we are not realizing the full picture. I mean, this is the same as Putin going to Tucker Carlson, show, saying I will have just half a minute about history, and then speaking the whole podcast about history. In the States, everywhere, everyone is laughing about it as well, but the point is that while telling this story about history, Putin is having his gun on the table. So the point is that in the end, although it's all funny, although it is full of BS and lies, the story, like in Ukraine, will be supported by my military might. And the history will be the way I'm telling it. And unfortunately, this is the way, Ukraine learns it the hard way, that actually they are Nazis. I'm ironic on this. They are Nazis, they are not a nation, and so on. And this is argumented not by facts, by science, and so on, but by tanks, by military aggression, and so on. So this is an important point. Another point which I carry as a memory of discussions on psychological defense I had in Estonia was a story told by ex-Minister of Defense of Estonia, when we were discussing all the different narratives, the different strategies, and we had the same discussion that, well, most of the money and resources for those operations end up in their own pockets, meaning that this is why they look so sloppy, the grammar is sloppy, the implementation is sloppy. But then after having those discussions, then one realizes, but they are still throwing money into this, corrupt schema, and they are still doing those operations and learning on the way. And I mean, we shouldn't underestimate this in the way they are targeting us. There will be testing operations by a means of small battle. There will be mistakes made. Me specifically, I'm following the operation which is called Operation Ghostwriter, which started in 2016 against German troops in Lithuania, and then evolved. In the start, it was a crazy, messaging full of mistakes, grammar mistakes. Nowadays, this operation is run already by artificial intelligence tools, and it still sometimes looks sloppy, but it's still there. And it's still, targeted against us. So I think this is an important, point to realize, that they are still throwing big money into this, while we are, lagging behind sometime, just, by mobilizing ourselves and really tackling this issue seriously.
Can I add just a few points? I definitely agree. We can never underestimate them, and that was not the point I was making. There are so many more dangerous rewritings of history than the Battle of Poltava. We lost that battle. That's not a rewrite. That is just a narrative that they are using in order to enhance themselves, but they cannot do damage to us. I think the rewriting of the things before World War II is much more dangerous. Blaming Poland and Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania for being occupied. The re-establishing of Stalin as a leader of greatness, which we see in Russia right now. The news stories of the Katyn massacres. It was really the Nazis. It wasn't the NKVD at all. Russia accepted this, or the Soviet Union did, back in 1990 approximately. And as late as 2010, I think they accepted we did the Katyn massacres. And now they brought up the same false documents that they produced in the 1940s to lay the blame on the Germans. So they are constantly trying to rewrite history in a way that could be possibly very dangerous, I think.
I would just add that the only area in which they want to cooperate with Poland, at least Russian propaganda claims and their statements on that, is of course Wołyń massacre. So only where there is a tension between Polish and Ukrainian side, then immediately Russia steps in and say, oh, we can help, we have discovered new documents on that, and just to show that they are flexible with history and selecting issues they do. My hope, partly joking, is it is part of Polish political culture. Maybe I am not so proud of that, but still it is that each party blames all another parties actually to be Russian friendly, and therefore I think that the political system at least is to a great extent immune for that, because even have set up some commissions to investigate that. So there's like an internal position which is preventing Russians from doing certain things.
Okay, thank you. Since Piotr mentioned politicians, I'd like to touch a topic of the government communication. In Lithuania in July we had 2 incidents of drones violating our airspace, and recently we had one in Poland as well. And the communication of the government wasn't something to be very proud of, I'd say. How does government need to react and communicate with the public in times of crisis, not in the time of like real conventional war, but in these minor incidents, well, not very minor, but these incidents like drones and sabotage acts? Maybe you have some thoughts on that. Should they like operate more openly or strictly?
I think we should operate openly. Really decide in Sweden which department was actually responsible for communicating. Was it defense? Was it social department, or perhaps some other department? And we need to act more swiftly to be able to come up with accurate messages. Because if we do not do that, someone else will.
So I think we've got some experience in Poland in that area. What I enjoy a lot is our texting system by the National Security Center. So each time something is happening, it can be a storm or heavy weather, we are receiving text messages, and from time to time it is something related to Russian activities. I remember 2022 when for instance, we were receiving SMS information on fake news on radiation from Ukraine, that you have to follow government website. There is no attack on nuclear power plant in Ukraine, and there is no risk and no need for panic. And I think that we learned a lot throughout these 3 years. And one example from Poland is that, for instance, each time an attack on Ukraine using drones and missiles, there is like a message from the general staff that there is a scramble of Allied or Polish aircraft in order to intercept or take down any potential missile that can go into Poland. So I think that there is more and more understanding of the importance of this kind of communication, that we have to show that we are doing something and that we are watching what the other side is doing as well.
Maybe shortly, just that you don't need to imagine that you will be perfect straight away with your communication. I mean, transparency is definitely, timing is the most important thing, and you may say that things are not quite investigated and so on, and go public and show your involvement and so on. But my point from maybe Lithuanian perspective is more that practice makes perfect, and that means that you need to learn from past issues. You need to continue, and you need to drill those systems, communication systems including. And you need to think not just in grand terms of crisis with the quotes of Russia, but crisis can be any kind of crisis. which then makes you more resilient to any potential, higher risks. So drilling and practicing is the most probably important thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now would like to open up the floor for the audience. So do you have any questions or remarks? Okay, please. Could you bring the microphone there?
Thanks. As we see, those sabotage or terrorist attacks anywhere in the world are very effective, very divisive. They divide the populations and countries, the nations a lot. And when we see how our government is dealing with such a things, there are like communication and process disasters in some ways. We are simply very lucky that we don't have a lot of sabotages now. And what it indicates is our borders, customs security is very, strictly protecting our nation, or are we just simply lucky what we don't have as much as sabotage actions in Lithuania or in Baltics or in Scandinavia, because it seems that we are not prepared, but we're just lucky.
If I may, I would argue that it's not that black and white. Actually, if we would look into the arson attacks in Poland and Lithuania, they were clearly investigated and the perpetrators are clear. In Lithuania, we had those paint attacks against our monuments, and in the end, there was this Baltic operation, and those perpetrators were apprehended. So the point is that the Russian strategy will be always to kind of outsource those activities to, be it, Ukrainian teenagers via Telegram channels, and to create this, uncertainty. But you need to work and do your job as well. And then I think our institutions are quite good on those. Just that the issue is of timing. Public always wants to have answers right away. And yes, as it was mentioned, you cannot go straight away publicly and say, that the ship that broke the cables was a Russian operation, or that, this arson was a Russian operation. Actually, it just reminded me that the case of Markov assassination in London, I'm not sure that it was fully investigated in the end who was the perpetrators. What we know was that it was this famous spy umbrella that was used against him, but that's it. And the message was as well quite clear. It was done just in front of MI5, sending a message of insecurity to British public and so on. So that is the strategy. Yeah.
Well, we had a couple of more of those in UK, actually. The Litvinenko assassination, 2006, the Skripal case, of course. We shouldn't be afraid. I think we should be vigilant and aware about the threat from hybrid threats, sabotage, and also terrorism will be there. I mean, we had a high level of the terror threat against Sweden after the Quran burnings, which was, we don't burn Qurans in Sweden. That's not something in our culture, basically. We don't burn books. I mean, we try to read books. But, if someone wants to burn books, that could have consequences. And we had a terror deed in Brussels. 2 Swedes were shot just for wearing Swedish football shirts. So those things can come upon us.
These kinds of attacks. So we see that it has been a priority for the law enforcement, and we don't probably know about many cases of successful actions by our own law enforcement.
Do you have more questions? Okay.
So thank you so much for this panel. I have a question to each and every one of you. If you get one resource to be developed that would critically improve our ability to counter.
I know that in the Nordic countries you have something like that, so special classes and program at school where children analyze information and examples of disinformation, so to take that into the curriculum, just to be aware that especially in the age of AI creating different videos, and if we don't learn that at school, it will be hard to develop this kind of capacity or capability, societal capability in the future, and it is of growing importance as we discuss it.
That is, of course, a very good answer, I would say. I would add reducing our vulnerabilities, actually looking at our vulnerabilities and doing something about them. It was obvious that we had a vulnerability in Sweden when the social services was targeted. That had some traction in some groups in our society. And we need to work with that. We need to build a society that holds together, where everyone feels included. That's the only way to have a society where we have a high degree of education, high degree of cohesiveness, and a high degree of inclusiveness. That's, I think, is the key to reduce vulnerabilities. Because if there are no vulnerabilities, okay, there will always be vulnerabilities. But if we can reduce them, it will be so difficult for Russia or any other actor to actually reach us.
The simple answer is probably people, human resources. If you ask what resources, and in respect that in all levels, tactical, operational, strategic, the people that are knowledgeable with those malign operations and knowledgeable how to implement this. And it's not just a simplistic saying. I mean, you know, when, for example, there was a time when in US there was a global center to counter disinformation. I mean, it was actually the Cold War veterans that came back to fix this, to look into it, and then, unfortunately, now it is reorganized, right? But it's all about people on all layers, and in the end, it's about the strategic layer that you or us have, the politicians that are willing to follow through on long-term strategies, on building resilience, on you know, countering all those threats. So I think it's it all ends up in the era of artificial intelligence. It still ends up with the people. Yeah.
I also saw a hand right there. Yeah.
Yeah, hello. I'm SJ Cho from Korean Embassy, and thank you for all the discussion and bright ideas to be shared. I'm getting interested in the authoritarian regime's narrative, which is involved in which is interpreted into domestic politics. So I believe there are two ways that authoritarian narratives can make an impact into domestic politics, which is getting more polarized these days. The first one would be let us say like there is a there is a faction or political faction or party that is considered as pro-Russian, let us say. So in that case, firstly, there is the first way will be like this political party or faction will partly interpret Russian narrative and to they can say it makes sense something, or otherwise there is a party which is totally against this kind of faction that takes advantage of Russian narratives that the other parties are use something like pro-Russian, and we should exclude them from taking power of this country. So anyway, this distorts the results of domestic political outcome in the election. So like based on your as a voters or based on your historical experience, what do you think, which one is more dangerous? Like, will you ostracize like this political group, or will you make more efforts to engage this kind of, pro-authoritarian groups into and make effort and persuade them to more be engaged into domestic politics?
Maybe I will tell you one story from Poland. So we have a right-leaning major political party, Law and Justice, and more center-liberal one, Civic Platform. Russia and Belarus together, they had a brilliant idea, 2021, to facilitate a new migration route towards the EU through Belarus, and we have a migrant crisis with irregular migration at the border with Lithuania as well, and Latvia. But the main corridor is being set up through the Polish border. So when it all happened, why it was brilliant from Russian side? Because firstly, it took Polish military resources to the border and law enforcement agencies during Russian Zapad military exercises and later on during the invasion of Ukraine. And secondly, it polarized political scene. So when the right-leaning government started to go and play hardball with this irregular migration, and they established a fence on the border, so the liberals were criticizing them. So what happened then? There were elections 2023. And of course, there was a narrative that these actions are too far-going, and actually that it was not a good idea to establish this fence, and we should handle this crisis in a different way. So 2023, you have elections, and what is happening? The Liberal Party, which was criticizing the entire response, is developing defense with new sensors, surveillance, and infrastructures, which shows us that I think in countries like Poland and in the region, there is a core of understanding where the national interest lies and which are the thresholds. And then you can have like a political struggle when each side is blaming another one, but at the end you have, like, in some respects, this sense of continuity. So at least I hope that these are these main lines of foreign and security policy in each country here in the region, which are unbreakable in that respect.
Well, I see time is running up, perhaps. I could just add that recently Sweden had a vote in the parliament on our support to Ukraine. It was 100% unanimous on supporting Ukraine. Afterwards, the parliamentarians stood up and applauded each other and the decision to support Ukraine. And that is, I think, a great way of showing unity in what is going on in Europe and what Russia is doing. And I still think that the best thing we can do to avoid extremist, authoritarian political parties or whatever to grow is to create stable democracies, transparent democracies, democracies that take care of building cohesive societies, including societies where everyone feels welcome. That's my point, actually.
Just a remark I experienced from discussions in Taiwan on those issues. I was surprised when they were outlining the Chinese narratives against Taiwan, and you just change Taiwan with Lithuania and you will get the same narratives that Russia is using against us about the failed state, about the corruption, and so on. So when you ask what unites in those narratives, the idea that you somehow discredit our democracy, our system of governments, and so on. So it's not so much about political players as much what was mentioned, that the core should be maybe not just national security that unites different political players, but it's as well our democratic processes that, you know, keeps us going and keeps us together. So it's that should be a core of our focus as regards to malign operations. Democratic processes, election, and then yes, we can have crazy debates about crazy issues, but it's not about this. It's about keeping the elections going and so on.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the questions. Our time is up. Thank you for great ideas, for great thoughts. Let's give a round of applause for them. Okay, so have a nice day. Have great discussions today and tomorrow, and I hope that the weather stays good as well. So bye. See you next time.
I got a sign to begin already. So hello everyone. It's really nice to see the people who are here. I guess it's a true sustainability core of Lithuania, I can imagine. And let me dive right in by introducing our panelists. So we have Kristel Seger Kirkebø, who is a project manager at the Danish Consumer Council. Hello. We have Ugne Maria Andrijauskaitė, who is a historian with a PhD in humanities and a mother of 2 toddlers. And as she says, practitioner of sustainable as much as possible living. And we have Aušra Juozapaitytė, Policy and Business Promotion Officer at the Embassy of Sweden in Vilnius. So hello to everyone and thank you for being here. And I want to start by involving our audience a little bit. If we could have something on the screen. Could I see hands if you know this label? Okay, that's very good. I was right about saying that this is the core of sustainability here. Yeah, so this is the Nordic Swan label. And why I wanted to show this, because I did want to get a sense of our audience today and to see, because the survey that we will talk about is actually a bit concerning in a sense that we don't see the trends in Lithuania. It's not the same as in the Nordic countries, right? When we talk about sustainability, we still have, I think, a very long way to go. And the Nordic Swan label in the survey was actually sometimes recognized, but not always people knew what it is. So again, raise your hands if you know exactly what it means. Okay, that's still pretty good, but that's very representative of the survey because a lot of people had seen the label, but didn't know exactly, what it represents. So I want to start with a short intro on the survey, and in our region, 8 of 10 people say that they care about the environment, but most can't name a single harmful chemical in their cleaning products. We say we want to be eco-friendly, yet we often buy what's cheapest or most convenient. And when a label says green, we trust it, sometimes blindly. Today we're going to unpack what's really behind our choices and whether our good intentions match the reality. And I want to start with a more personal question to our panelists and ask about your green moment. What was the exact moment, if you can remember one, when you decided that sustainability is really important for you? So, Crystal.
That's a very big question. I think it was when I decided to study environmental engineering, I would imagine.
That was a sign, probably.
That was maybe very defining for my life in that sense. And then also by doing that, gaining a lot of knowledge, working with environmental issues, working with chemicals, yeah. So that was definitely my defining moment.
Okay. Ugna?
When I was a teenager, I got involved in punk DIY movement, which is very political, or at least it was very political here in Lithuania. It talked about feminism, politics, and of course veganism, human rights, animal rights. So those ideas were put as a good seed into me, and now I grew up to be quite a conscious person in all of these fields.
Yeah, that was very surprising to me when I found that out. I didn't know that about the movement. Yeah?
Yes, so hello everyone. Yeah, I might sound maybe a little bit biased, but I would say what a real game changer in my sustainability, in my personal sustainability journey, was actually when I started working at the Swedish Embassy and when I came across all the Swedish initiatives, movements, companies, of course. And when I remember once we had some kind of fashion-related event, and there was a lady from the Bureau's Textile Research Center who came to have, like a speech, and then she told me about this washing bag. I remember, like for the clothes, so it prevents from the microplastics like to end up in the water, and it really struck me how easy, but at the same time how impactful one little thing can be, and since then I really started like thinking about these smaller things, not necessarily doing something huge, but like really that every single step and every single thing can actually play an important role in being more sustainable.
We will definitely talk more about that today because I think that's one of the main key ingredients to attract more people to think about it, at least. One of the most interesting findings for me, I think, from the survey was the sort of issue ranking, and people were asked to rank the issues that concern them most. And basically what we see in Lithuania, well, all the Baltic countries pretty much, they rank environment in or sustainability in the 9th or 6th place, whereas in the Nordics we see them at the 2nd place, and this is I think a very deep-rooted feeling of in Lithuania, at least what I hear when talking to people, that it's a luxury to think about the environment. It's a bit of a Maslow's pyramid thing that we need to, take care of our healthcare, take care of our economy and all of that, and only then we can think about the environment. So I find this juxtaposition a bit interesting because when we look deeper into it, it's not always the money, right? It's a lot of those little choices, as you mentioned. But let's talk about it a little bit. So, Crystal, what's your view? Why are the Nordics more eco-conscious?
You have many good questions, really good questions.
Yeah, usually
yes,
you have
and
many
I'm-
good answers.
I don't have a PhD. Is it working?
Yeah, it is.
I don't have a PhD in the field, but I think some of it is a long story. Like it doesn't evolve from nothing. So, from my perspective, like there's been since I was small, there's been campaigns, there's been education in school, learning about the environment. When I was younger, there was even a small television section called OBS, information for the citizens about society, and then the authorities could make like small commercial infomercials on don't use this chemical to clean your sewer or something because it's bad for environment. So there's been lots of different campaigns. There's been also different information centers trying to teach people about some of the concerning issues on either climate or environment or health.
Yeah, I think we will circle around this, that it's a lot about communication, right? And a lot about just mere exposure, talking about it a lot. Osha, you see both sides sort of in a sense. You see the talking with the business representatives from Sweden, you see how, and talking with Swedes in general, you see their way, and you also see Lithuanian way, right? So what do you see in contrast?
Well, I think that in Sweden, and perhaps I dare to say also maybe in the Nordics, since I studied in Denmark, this strong approach to sustainability, it really derives a lot from the very early years of every person's upbringings, from the cultural values, from strong environmental ethos, which in a way is kind of a bit lacking here, and I think that might be also one of the strongest reasons perhaps why in Sweden sustainability is seen as one of the most important factors when choosing a particular product, right? So that perhaps would be the main difference I tend to see. But I think the situation has been really changing here as well. During my years at the embassy, I remember when I started working and when we had the Swedish companies coming to talk about how we embed sustainability in their strategies, also daily management. And it felt that for the Lithuanian companies it might be still something new, and they were not maybe very convinced in the beginning how this can become like a competitive advantage, right? Eventually, but now after those 7 more years, I can see that Lithuanian businesses are also fully fledged sustainability champions, and similarly with perhaps with the customers, it's still a journey. It's not a destination yet, but I think they are moving the right direction, and the Nordics are really if not showing the way, but at least we're somewhere to look towards for us. Yeah.
Ugna, you started talking a little bit about already your personal path, so talking about, first of all, this ranking of issues, what would be your personal ranking? And talking about sustainability from this perspective, do you think that in Lithuania it really has to go, linearly, in a sense that, first we need to take care of the economy, then healthcare system, and only then we can think about sustainability, or can it actually happen faster?
That's a good question. I think for me personally, the most important pressing thing in Lithuania is human rights issues, which has to be solved yesterday. But I'm also, thinking about my inner punk. I'm thinking that we should aim for everything and now. We cannot postpone neither of the pressing topics, because the environment, our nature won't wait till the day in the future come, and then we will start, taking care of it. We need to start doing it now, because the time is running up. And what I'm often thinking, that I should do some changes in my everyday life today, so that my kids could grow up and see, the forests, see the corals, and I think that we all should do the same.
So if I understand correctly, there's no ranking for you? It's like, or there is a ranking?
I wish we could do everything now. If
Okay.
I'm allowed to have this wish.
Yeah, we can wish. Staying with the economy topic, one research moment, the one that came from the survey, is about price sensitivity. And we always, when we talk about sustainability, I think it's always a very sensitive topic. We think that being sustainable is more expensive. A lot of organic products are more expensive. And price sensitivity from the survey is highest actually in Lithuania. And even eco-conscious consumers tend to choose cheaper products just for the price. So my question to you all would be, in general, how do we close this gap of wanting to buy safer, greener products and not being able to afford them? But also more specifically, OSHA, when you see, for example, the business side and the people side, is there a way for a business to be profitable and green, and to not greenwash, and to be truly sustainable? And does it benefit them as well?
So undoubtedly, yes. And I think, businesses are also run by whom? By people, right? And if people, they commit to the right values, if they have respect to nature and environment in mind, they also reflect that into their business strategies and how do they manage it. But of course, I think that's what's sort of visible in Sweden, and I think elsewhere it's becoming something gradually more and more important, is understanding for the businesses that it's important for your reputation. It's of course, it's like a competitive advantage to keep in mind if you want to attract customers, if you want to stay relevant, right? But it's also obviously good for your reputation, and also it helps you even it helps you to attract talents. It helps you to promote your brand. So I think it's the only way actually to go. And I'm pretty sure that in Lithuania it's also becoming more and more like a thing to what. In order to remain in the market and to remain profitable, you have to be sustainable, and not only in one particular aspect, which we can talk about greenwashing, but relying more on a holistic approach, right? Not saying what I'm doing this particular thing sustainable, but when really not talking about all the rest, keeping everything in a backstage. No, it's about having this really holistic approach and not just some false communication about one single thing you do.
Crystal, what do you see in your work? Is sustainability always more expensive?
No, it isn't. We work a lot with chemicals in consumer products, and we had, it was a few years ago, there's a Danish television program called, it's actually called Cash, sort of, it's a money program. And I was invited to join a family who was, they wanted to make some environmental adjustments, but they thought, oh, it's too expensive. So I sort of helped them look through their house. And also what we did was we looked through all of our testing. So we do tests of harmful chemicals in shampoo or in hygienic pads, kids products, lots of stuff. So we went through all of our testing, trying to figure out, okay, what was the price of the poorly rated products, and what was the price of the ones that actually were free from harmful chemicals. And it turned out that in the majority of products, the less harmful products were actually cheaper. And that's because it's always like the hen and the egg, but in Denmark, every single supermarket chain, they have a private label that of like cosmetics, detergents, that has the Nordic Swan, and it has an allergy label. So there's sort of a safe choice that you can buy going into whatever grocery store you're in, and they're cheap. So and when you have that, it makes the good choice the easy choice. And when they're eco-label, they also look both at like how effective are they, how do they impact like the climate, are they not overly wrapped in unnecessary packaging, etc. So that's an easy way of going about it. Yeah.
And I think if I remember correctly, it was you who told me about the research that you did, right? When you realized that different families, how they were living, right?
Yeah. So this is back when I was a student, but my master thesis was trying to uncover like the climate impact of family life. So I had 4 families living in different houses. I was tracking them for a few months, so they needed to write down what did they use on heat, what did they use on electricity, how did they transport themselves, and they needed to give me all the receipts on all the food they bought. And then I sort of calculated the CO2 emissions from their lives. And I had 3 quite eco-friendly families joining, and I was supposed to have a fourth, but some incident happened. They couldn't join, so I needed an extra family, and I just got a random family, and they didn't really care about the environment. They were not all that much into it, but they were quite poor. So when I did the math, sort of all the families making the right choices, thinking about the environment, they ended up having the largest climate impact, whereas the last family, they were 2, they were students, they were poor, so they had a small apartment, didn't transport themselves a lot, didn't go on flights, only used a little heat on this flat, didn't eat that much meat. So they ended up being the most environmentally friendly. So that's another aspect of it. One thing is like, what is your attitude towards it? And another thing is, what is the actual impact you make on the world? And I think in Denmark, we do see that many people really would like to do something for the environment, but then they would also just love to go to Mallorca for the weekend and then go back. So yeah, and have a big house and a steak.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's all about balance, right? And Ugna, for you, how does it look in your family? Can you actually save by being sustainable, and what are the choices that you make daily?
So when I was asked to introduce myself, I said that I am sustainable as much as it is possible, because I don't believe that it's possible to be like 100% sustainable or 99 or 98. No. So all the choices we make is quite simple. You know, for example, for many years I was vegan. You know, it was my choice to make, you know, a smaller impact on the environment. And then I started to think, if I'm buying this vegan sausage thing, which was produced in Italy or France, packed in plastic, transported here to Lithuania, is it actually better? Instead of my father is a fisherman, he goes to the lake for the weekend, catches some fish, brings it back, and you know, grills it in his backyard. So which choice is actually better? Which is more sustainable? So you would think that buying eco product would be, but then when you think about it more, you see that actually it might be not. And then it starts to add up, and then it becomes your everyday life. So instead of getting into the car, you walk if it's not too far away. For example, we have one car for the family with 2 kids. I think many Lithuanians wouldn't think about it. It wouldn't be impossible. For us, it's possible. So I live in Kaunas, which is 100 kilometers away, and I commute to Vilnius, where I'm working, with a train instead of a car. So less impact. I walk to work from the station instead of, taking public transport or anything else. So it's small things that kind of sums up, and then you see an impact. Instead of buying a lot of random food products and putting it into the fridge to, rot when you are forgetting about it, you make a list and go shopping with a list. You plan your family menu for a week. And all these small things, which can be so easily integrated into your everyday life that you don't even think about it at all anymore, makes actually such a big impact.
I heard that you're actually famous in some circles of how you are able to use your food to the last bit.
Oh yes, like we are practicing a lot, like recycle, reduce, reuse kind of thinking. So what we do in the family, we actually we do not generate so much of waste which goes into the landfills, because we recycle plastic, paper. Yeah. So the only thing which we have to throw is diapers, because we decided that we will spend more time with the family instead of washing the recyclable ones. But yeah, so for example, if some food is not being eaten by the kids, which is quite common in the toddlers, what we do, we make it into another food. Yeah, so the kid doesn't eat I don't know a steak or I don't know, some veggie stew, so you make it into a waffle and you don't waste it at all. So you just get creative in your everyday life, and then it becomes a routine and you don't even think about it.
So we're asking Ugna a lot about her personal life. What about your personal lives? What do you do every day as sustainability choices, Crystal?
So what I learned from doing the work earlier was that it matters a lot, like what frames you live in. So we bought a really well-isolated house. We have solar panels on the roof. We have an electric car. I commute with the train. I still work a bit away from my home, so that's not fully sustainable. We try to reduce the amount of meat we eat, but I mean, having a husband and 2 big sons, they're not really keen on going vegetarian. Yeah, and then I try to choose like organic products when I can, or eco-label products, but it's not. It's a balance. So it's. I mean, you need to live your life. So I'm trying to actually take the big decisions, the one that really matters. I try to make them, because then I can sort of ease my mind a bit more about the smaller choices. So I don't make all the small choices. And I can make like a comparison. I had at work, I know we're going to discuss microplastics later, but just to open it up, I get questions from people saying, oh, I learned about the, what do you call it, the cloths you use in the kitchen and microplastics. And now I feel so bad about this piece of cloth because it sheds microplastic. What am I to do? Do I need to go with the cotton ones? And I don't really like them. And they're so ambivalent. And it's true they may shed microplastics, and you can go with the cotton, but there's also a lot of you use a lot of water producing the cotton, so it's not that simple. And it's like, okay, but if you're into microplastics, then go outside and like spend half an hour picking up pieces of plastics, because then like your microplastic karma will be really good, and you will have saved so much more than these pieces of cloth. And then you can relax a bit about that and go for another big decision instead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it can sometimes be really overwhelming in a sense when you think about it, and we spoke about it with you, that even when there are apps and everything, a lot of ways of checking, you still can get a bit like, what do I do? I can't do anything anymore, where to start? So maybe it's just, little steps along the way. And Osha? What do you do every day?
Yeah, I would say quite similarly as both Crystal and Ugne, I'm a pescatarian. I don't own a car. I pay attention to recycling, energy use. And I would say what I also rely a lot on this, I don't know if you heard this I see one Swede for sure, so lagom, not too much, not too little. And I think this, it's a perfect concept which aligns very well with sustainable living, because it's all about moderation and balance in life. And I think which I'm also trying to really to rely on. And I must say what I'm quite keen, I have a keen interest in fashion. So, as you may know, of course, fashion industry is one of the most polluting ones. But it's also quite a playground for me to actually to consume fashion sustainably, and I'm trying to be really creative. I'm trying to organize some pop-ups to buy. If I get anything, I get usually secondhand or upcycled. I swap with my friends. So and it's quite an interesting thing, because when I feel what I'm one of a kind, rather than being, somebody like, buying just fast fashion products and looking like everyone else. I don't know. So it's my little fashion game, which I do, and I believe that I'm trying to do it as much as possible in a sustainable manner. But again, I think what's important to highlight here, and I think that was already mentioned by perhaps all of us, but sustainability is not like, you can't be really 100% sustainable. It's almost impossible. Well, I believe that it's very much about thinking of the ways of how you can do the biggest impact, and actually and doing that, rather than thinking about how to do everything perfectly and sustainably. So and even if you talk about fashion, I'm really thinking about how to consume fashion, but without compromising my fashion sense. So it's like, being creative. Sustainability is a lot about being creative in daily life.
So I think we definitely established that you can save by living, sustainably. But one thing is if you can afford something or not. And another thing is just about how informed we are. And the survey was very big on that, about how much we actually know. And actually, to be informed doesn't cost that much, right? We can really get into a lot of those topics without the price tag. You just mentioned microplastics already, and that's what I wanted to talk about, because in this survey, we can really see that in the Baltics, the issues that are very visible, that we see them, for example, microplastics, they tend to rank higher for people. They say that they're much more important and they know about them more, whereas the real issues, such as greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity loss, land use change, they rank much, much lower, because people tend to generally not see them as much, and that's not the case in the Nordic countries. Again, they tend to rank pretty well. They know their real issues, right? So, Crystal, what do you think the Nordics did right in educating their consumers? And I know we spoke a lot already with you about that there were just, so many campaigns, but maybe one of the topics that I want to touch upon is how you reach the people, how they understand what you're saying, and how you really get to them,
Yeah, just to make it clear, so where I work currently is at the Danish Consumer Council on a specific initiative called Think Chemicals. So this is the government funding an NGO on awareness raising among consumers, and we have different initiatives being fundraised for this, and we test different products, and then we explain about it, and we go to the media, but we also use a lot of social media when we try to explain about the results. So we're on mainly Facebook, Instagram, sometimes also TikTok, but it's a bit trying not to support China, so instead, but you can't be on social media, yeah. But what we see is that there's a lot of misinformation on social media, and especially the microplastics issue is really is really relatable on social media, because you can show, we had some videos on turtles like chewing on plastic, so it becomes really, it's very easy to see, and you really feel it hurting your heart, whereas chemicals you can't really see, you can't see infertility that clearly when you show it that way. It's also a bit more difficult to show climate change, because like the weather today is really nice, and it hasn't been all summer, but if you take a picture of it, it just looks really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's again, this visibility problem, I think, and also how we reach our, consumers. We will get back to that a little bit more later, but what was also very interesting, that the Baltics tend to get their information more from social media, and way more than the Nordics. Nordics still get most of their information from institutions, and they trust them much more. But I think that would be my insight, that in Lithuania, at least, I don't know about other Baltic countries, is that our institutional channels on social media tend to be really bureaucratic. They still haven't learned how to communicate and how to really reach the young people. They don't do fun videos of being sustainable. Do you practice that in Denmark?
Yeah, it's a lot more. I used to work for the Danish Ministry of Environment, and actually I created a Facebook user because I needed it for my work, because what we did was making information campaigns for consumers on Facebook, and I also needed a Twitter account for my work. Yeah, so yeah, it's not, I think it's been a realization that you need good legislation, but you also need like the consumers to play along, because legislation can solve some of it, and consumers need to solve some of it. And if you're like really bureaucratic, then it's hard to reach the consumers. But we have, and it's maybe a long tradition, but there's a lot of trust between consumers and authorities in Denmark. So it's not that big a gap to bridge. Yeah.
Ugna, what do you use? First of all, where do you get your information mostly, and that you trust? Because we take you as the Lithuanian sustainability example. And also, what do you see amongst the people around you? Do you see this problem, that they don't really know the problems at all?
Mm-hmm. So the first question, well, a lot of information I already have, so I don't actively look for it. But when I wanted to know more about fashion issues and sustainability, I looked it up on Instagram, or I was recommended some accounts to follow, and actually they're pretty informative. They use reliable sources, so I think it's a nice way of communicating these issues to, I don't know, young people in 20s, 30s. When it comes to people who use social media and internet less, I don't know how to reach them. But when we talk about new generation, so the young people who are in schools today, I see very nice trends. For example, we have a quite strong and active movement, Fridays for Future. Young people, talking about climate issues. That's nice. That's very good. Then again, looking at my family, what I see, how to get information is the family. So do we talk to our families enough? So do we teach our grandparents to recycle? Actually, I think the statistics says that elder people do recycle better and more in Lithuania than the younger, which is nice. And then, what do you bring to a family? For example, I teach my kids to recycle. They are only 1 and 3 years old, but they do know how to recycle. So if we share this information, if we don't trust the social media to do it, if we don't think schools do it enough, so everything is in our hands.
Anosha, what do you see in Sweden? Regarding the issue, right?
I would say it's again very much a combination of different factors, starting from the same values, right? And having sustainability included already in the school's curriculum. So it's something kids are taught from a very early age, right? And very with an experience like really on the ground, so to say, being in the nature while talking about different environmental things. Then, of course, governmental incentives, I think, are also very much important. And for instance, I can mention the eco-labelings we are talking about today. So the eco-label Sweden, it's something like owned and governed, let's say, by the Swedish state. And the two eco-labels, the biggest eco-labels, although there are so many of them, there's a huge database. I was trying to go through it yesterday, but it was almost impossible. But the two biggest ones, so the same the Nordic Swan and the EU eco-label, they are kind of governed by the same state, eco-label Sweden. So it already shows what kind of approach and attitude the Swedish state has towards educating and empowering its citizens to consume sustainably. So I think all these things are very important, and also not to forget the community or communal initiatives, I think, which are also quite a thing in Sweden, and I think they help to increase the kind of not like the popularity, but the easiness actually to access sustainable products and sustainability in general. And for instance, whereas this the first in the world and biggest shopping mall, second-hand shopping mall, Retuna, it's called. And it's quite unique in a way that all the stores which are in that particular shopping mall, they are all like second-hand or upcycled, recycled products and things like that. So, and it's run as a community initiative. So it also brings this very interesting approach. So. Yeah, a lot of different things, but they can all be equally important.
Yeah, it's. I think it's so contagious. My husband usually never rides bicycles, hates them, and we were talking. He was just in Copenhagen, and he went to a conference, and the whole entire time there, he rode bicycles. So I was like, why do you not do that in Lithuania? But it's, of course, it's the infrastructure and the availability, and that of course plays a huge role as well. But I think we're getting there slowly as well. One other thing from the survey was also that talking about harmful substances. So one thing is that we might not know exactly what issues are the most important. But also in Lithuania, we don't know very well about the harmful substances, what they are, what they mean. Lithuania has probably the lowest awareness, and from the Baltics, Estonia has the highest. So I think there's still a lot of education to be done in that regard as well. But Crystal, I find your work really interesting, and I wanted to ask you, what has been the most shocking finding that you've done, when looking at the actual products, something that you wouldn't expect or something that was really interesting?
Oh, another good question. I can't remember what I told you. No, I can tell you we made an app because we know consumers find it really difficult to navigate chemicals. Like, I think most Danish people will be able to say parabens are bad, and they will be able to say PFAS is bad. And parabens is like an old chemical that they've known for years, and PFAS really peaked a few years ago. So we've been trying to teach people about it for many years, and then it turned out that there was some pollution in the eggs, actually in the organic eggs, because they were fed with fish that were PFAS contaminated by nature. And then everybody started saying PFAS, and it's used all over, and yeah. But trying to educate people about this, and there are so many different chemicals that can be harmful for the environment, they can be persistent, they can be endocrine disrupting. But to give people a cosmetic product saying, could you please try to read the ingredient list and try to find out if it contains anything problematic, people would be like, ugh. So you can go for an eco label, or you can use like the app we have. It's called Kemilupen, and then you can just scan a product, and it will tell you everything. Does it contain anything that causes an allergy? Does it contain anything that can disrupt your hormonal system? Is it bad for the environment? And this is like really cool. So I think actually my major moment, it's not a product, but last year it was so popular, and Denmark is not a big country either, but we had 4.5 million scans with the app, which is like really huge. And people write to us, not every day, but several times a week, just saying, we love your work, we love how you make it simple for us. Because one thing is trying to make the right choices, but navigating, not knowing what is the right choice is really difficult. So I think a lot of the work is also the enabling, because if it's easy to make the right choice, many people will actually want to do it. But when it's difficult, or when it's like lots of greenwashing, people saying, oh, my product is really nice and it's so good for the environment, and they forget saying, okay, yeah, I have, maybe that was what we were discussing. I had like a pan producer saying, our frying pan is really good. It doesn't contain any prohibited PFAS. It contains a polymer that's really nice, but it's a PFAS polymer. So yeah, you can sort of get misled by greenwashing, and that's why we need the eco-labels. We need sort of independent work like we're doing in the app, or like the...
Yeah. And Ugna, in your daily life, how do you find it? Do you find it difficult to navigate this? Do you already feel like you know everything and it's very easy to choose at a supermarket or anywhere else, or do you use any apps? Or how does it work?
Well, I don't think that we have any app, or maybe I'm not a very app person. What I learned from my vegan life, you read the full label, you find out about it, and then you choose your products, and then you stay with these products. And that's, I don't know, my way, and it's quite simple way. Of course, it requires some reading, some homework, into knowing what's good, what's bad, but it works. Once you learn, then you remember. Another thing is, people are talking. They are sharing some good things they find. They are sharing some bad things they learn. For example, we have this consumer protection agency Instagram, which is quite actually good, because it gives a lot of good information for the consumers on what harmful products we found in the market already. So if you're buying it, then you can stop doing it. Another thing that I learned is that when you buy from a trusted supermarket or a shop, then of course you have a bigger chance of getting a good product without any harmful materials, more sustainable product. Because when I'm following this Instagram account of the agency, I see that most of harmful and dangerous products are being sold in some weird market shops on the corner somewhere online, and so on and so on. So again, like, you can work hard, or you can make the easy choice. Go to, I don't know, Eco store, go to a supermarket which has a eco line, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe a very important thing you can do. I know it's big in Denmark. It's big in the most of the world. Shopping on Temu and Shein and etc. That's really shitty. Sorry. We did a test on like waterproof jackets from Shein, from Temu, from Amazon, and we also tested some Danish jackets just to compare. And the majority of the jackets born online on the platforms contain PFAS in amounts that is not allowed within the EU. The Danish jackets we tested, 7 of them didn't have PFAS and 1 of them had, but in like far lower amounts that is still legal. Yeah. So, and that just showed there's a huge difference in where you buy. So the first and maybe most important choice is to actually, I mean, just by buying European, you already protect yourself and the environment more.
Quick detour and a surprise for you. I'm experimenting, so don't judge me. But I have a quick true or false round for you. And in this way, I think we will also quickly present more findings of the survey as well. So just if you think it's true, raise your hand. I will read a statement. And if you think it's false, show like this or something. Okay, ready? Let's go. People in the Nordics are naturally greener than people in the Baltics. Choose. That's a good way of thinking. Okay. It's actually false because higher Nordic numbers reflect decades of eco-education and strong policy support and not natural attitudes, right? Yeah, but you were on the right path. Okay, next one. The majority of Baltic consumers believe companies greenwash their products. True or false? Actually true, because many agree that brands exaggerate eco-claims and people get annoyed by vague words like sustainable or climate neutral. Okay, next. Women are more likely than men to care about eco-friendly cosmetics, cleaning, and children's goods. Yes, we will talk about that more if we manage with time. But yes, it's true. A strong gender difference confirmed across all 3 Baltic states and also some in the Nordics as well. And okay, let's do a last one. Eco-labels are niche. Only a small minority notice or use them when shopping. General. Good. False, yes. Awareness is broad. The majority recognize labels, even if not everyone knows what they mean, right? Okay, well done. I think mostly we conveyed some fast information about the survey. And let's move to the labels now, I think. It's the time we have, a little bit time left. And we can see that trust in eco-labels is really high in the Nordics, as we discussed already. Medium in Latvia and really low in Lithuania. Many Lithuanians don't know what the labels mean. And my question would be to Ugne. Do you trust eco-labels? What do you look at as a consumer? Is there something that you keep an eye out for?
What I always look for is when we are buying anything from the sea. I look for the labeling, and then the same goes for coffee. Always looking for the little frog on the package. So these are 2 must things in our, I don't know, shopping traditions. The rest, you know, you don't think about it too much. If you find a good product, which is quite often in our case, I think, a more sustainable version or more or less harmful products, so we just buy the same every time.
Do you notice if they have eco-labels, the products that you choose, you know, after choosing, for example?
Yeah. Especially all the washing detergents and
okay. Crystal, you had an interesting observation when we spoke that the Nordic swan is not as well known amongst younger Danes, right?
It's at least the sense I get, because when the Eco-Labeling Council asks, it's really known, but I think sometimes when we discuss with consumers, some of the young people don't really know the eco-labels, and they're highly influenced by social media and by the greenwashing, so they would rather go for the leaping bunny, the not tested on animals label maybe, instead of and actually sometimes also thinking that's an environmental thing, or trying to go for vegan cosmetics. But there are some issues with it because it's very difficult. It's not really allowed to do animal testing on cosmetics, so it's rather misleading, some of it. And we try to educate them that going for the eco labels is a good choice, because we also see some companies creating their own eco labels, and then they make their own criteria and they sort of fit. Oh, our product is good. So it's like I was saying before, you need to enable them, because otherwise, I mean, when I look back at myself as young, I also bought lots of greenwashing products, but like having the tool of an eco label makes it a lot easier to make the good choices and to be sure that it's not false. Because sometimes when we do testing and we show people what are really good and bad products, they get really disappointed if they found out that the illusion they bought into was unreal. Like we tested some efficiency tested some detergent sheets. I don't know if you heard about them. Yeah. So it's, instead of using a powder or a liquid, you can use a sheet.
Yeah.
And they had some really aggressive marketing, also with the turtles and with the plastics that the turtle were eating. But in reality, this is like 3 grams of detergent. And how they make it a sheet is actually by adding a plastic. That's what makes it a sheet. And we tried testing it, and we compared it to a good detergent, and we compared it to just using water, not adding anything. And they performed similarly to water. And even some stains they managed to sort of fixate, so it got a little bit worse. So, and then people using them got quite disappointed, because they were like, I'm saving the turtles. Yeah, but in reality, you're just buying a useless product also containing plastic.
You just saved me from buying that. Thank you. That's one good thing that came out of it. Because I was actually considering, it looked so good on the ads, it sounds so great, but that's greenwashing again for you. Okay. One last question I think we have time for, and then just closing remarks, and I will leave some time for questions from the audience if we have any. But I really wanted to touch upon this question because I think it's really important, and it's about gender roles. So what we really see in this survey, and I think generally in our life and observation, that there is still a huge gap in how women shop and how men shop. And first and foremost, because women in general tend to do most of the family's shopping. They choose the products, they choose they make those decisions. Whereas even in survey, we see that men tend to know better the green options for like electronics, for cars, for tools. But there's also thinking that these also could be labeled more clearly for men, so it's easier for them to see. But for women, they tend to report that they also navigate it much harder. Like it's an everyday struggle. They have to really think about it every single day. So firstly, Ugna, how is it in your family? Is it representative of the survey? Is your husband less involved, knows less, or have you, are you on par together doing this?
Actually, in our case, everything changed quite drastically. Before we met, he was, living ordinary life, not thinking too much about his choices. And after we met and got into a relationship, his life changed a lot because, he sees how I live, he sees my choices, and he has to make his own choices, and he sees that maybe my choices are actually quite good and smart. For example, if he wouldn't think at all about his meat consumption, now he's quite often thanks me for introducing me to a lot of a bigger variety of vegetables, a bigger variety of fruits, which came handy in a vegan or vegetarian diet. So his meat consumption dropped drastically because, instead of eating steak, which he actually loves, he would choose, for example, cauliflower steak, which makes a change. A small one, but within its some ups, it gets bigger. The same with coffee. As I said, like what we always do, we always choose coffee which has a Rainforest Alliance label. And I don't drink coffee that much, so coffee buying is my husband's responsibility. And what has changed, that now he is always looking for this little frog and for his coffee, and he never buys it if it doesn't have that one. And then, you know, everything is about education. You know, I educated him, like not on purpose, naturally. And having a son, well, he learns from me as well. And I think that when he becomes an adult, he would have this kind of way of thinking, which would be a norm for him, and we'll share it with others too.
Okay, so we're almost out of time, so just last remarks from each of you, very quick, one sentence. If everyone here did one thing differently tomorrow to be greener, what would you want it to be? Crystal. You were like leaning back to think, and I got you there.
You would actually need to write letters to politicians and to companies, making demands that they need to do something for the environment, because your outreach in that would be far bigger than what you can do at home.
That's a good one. Ogna.
I think the thing I would wish everybody would start doing tomorrow, or maybe today, is less food waste, because it's a very easy thing to change. So let's do that.
Osha?
Since I understand what, I cannot reiterate like something what has been already said, but I was thinking perhaps like going through your daily routines and like checking every single thing where you can actually be more environmental friendly and more conscious. That would be my thing, and that's something I also did myself. Like.
Okay, thank you so much. And any questions from the audience? We do have.
Yeah, when we talk about food waste, we can just buy less, yes, but then when it comes to stores, a lot of the food that doesn't get bought, it just rots, but it rots in the store. So what do we do about that? Because yeah, I'm not purchasing the meat perhaps, but then it's just laying there, so it feels like it goes to waste, you know, so I'd rather just buy it and eat it. So what do I do about that? How do we conquer this problem? Because the stores still produce even if we don't buy. So
that's a great question. Is there anyone specific you would like to answer? Crystal, maybe?
Maybe I could explain a bit about what we have in Denmark. So we have some shops starting to make like shelves saying last date. So they make these offerings on things that are going out of date. And then we have increasingly also systems where they give food for organizations that then can give it freely away for everybody who shows up. But it's of course aimed at people who don't have a lot of money. But then you can show up and you can get, sometimes you will get meat, sometimes you will get dairy, rice, whatever they have that's sort of going out of date but is still edible. And that's a way of saving it and also putting it to really good use.
I think that's already something that's been implemented by Maisto Bankas locally here in Lithuania, that they collect like food which is about to expire, and then we just give it away to people which are in need.
Yeah, so it's slowly moving. Can we have one more? Yes?
Atulabai, thank you very, very much. A great discussion. To follow up what Christelle has said about writing to politicians, I would add another one. Join an organization that is environmentally advocating for better environment, because together you can do that, and there are many organizations. Every EU member state has several. Or if you don't find one, set one up yourself. And that's a great way of doing it, because you can then put pressure. And if you are an accredited organization, join that organization, can become a member of the European Environment Bureau. And the European Environment Bureau puts pressure on the Commission and on the Parliament. So we're working right up the tree all the way to the very, very, very top. And if you look at numbers, what are the worst things we're doing to the environment? Soil damage, soil loss, huge areas of the globe turned into rearing animals for meat, and transportation. And one of the things I would love to see in more countries, repairing. In Ireland, for example, I don't know anybody who'll repair our vacuum cleaner, our washing machine, our electric drill. And one number I'll give you, 1972, which is the year I became aware. I was in Lancaster University in England, and the Limits to Growth study was published. Only One Earth was published. I thought, this is important. And 1976, I became aware of the Nordic countries when I was working for the Irish National Science Council, and we did a tour of the Nordic countries. We went to Sweden and Finland, particularly, only those two. We didn't go to Denmark. And we looked at their wastewater treatment streets ahead of what we were doing in Ireland. So the Nordic countries, I found even as far back as 1976, were leading. And that again is due to government thinking. There we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think it's a great way to end the discussion. We see the Nordics in front of us as a beacon, and we have someone to follow, but it also really depends on the little choices that we make every single day. So thank you very much for everyone who came here today, and thank you, our panelists.
take your, I wanted to say seats, but it's not really seats. Just feel, get yourselves comfortable. Come maybe closer to where we are, because we will have to be louder than people in other tents, so we can hear each other. This is nice and comfortable. It was really sunny in some tents in the morning, and it was a real actual greenhouse effect. But in this tent, whatever the weather, it's super nice, and I want to welcome you very much to this event. Thank you for coming. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening with us. My name is Živile. I work as a journalist, but today I want to welcome you to this event that I wanted to call a welcoming / a farewell party, but Helen said, don't do that. I don't want all the pressure. It's just a conversation that we have. And it's a conversation which is called a Nordic conversation, 8 years of insight, 8 days of first impressions. I will have to name the reason why it's 8, right? I mean, we cannot avoid it. Before I do that, I'm just going to welcome you again and say that we will have a 40-minute long conversation. It will be me interviewing the two speakers who I know that you know, but I will introduce them in just 1 second. At least you know one of them for sure. The other one you will be dealing with a lot in the next years. So I will introduce you to him. But before I do that, I just want to say that it will be a 40-minute long conversation, at the end of which you will be very welcome to ask your questions. If you have any, make your comments, be friendly about something. So there will be a chance to interact, and then we will have a small reception, which kind of started now. So let's enjoy it all together. 8 years of insight, 8 days of first impressions. And with us is the current, still, director of the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania, Helen Nilsson, and we will welcome her to this conversation with a big round of applause, please. Thank you. We've also got someone else who will be continuing her work, or in other words, will be the new director of the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania, Ole Andreas Lindemann. And yes, a round of applause will follow as well. So thank you both for being here. I know that it's a big day for both of you, in a sense that for one of you, it's sort of the end, right? And another one is just beginning. And I was thinking, how shall I kick this off? How shall I start this conversation? There was this symbolic figure 8, because Helen has spent 8 years here. And Ole, roughly speaking, has spent 8 days in Lithuania. And I thought that it would be fair that we ask Helen to name 8 points about Lithuania, something that you will greatly miss, or something that you will not miss at all. And the proportion is your choice. But but if you could briefly give us a list of 8 things, I would be very grateful.
The list of what I will miss is a long one, and the other one is very short, so it will be easy for me. But of course, most of all, I will miss my colleagues, my friends here in Lithuania, my work, because I am a true believer in Nordic-Baltic cooperation, and maybe I always say it Baltic-Nordic cooperation. But also, I will miss Nida. I will miss all my favorite restaurants, my absolute favorite vegan restaurant, where I have been in the world, is here in Vilnius.
What is it called, in case we haven't visited it?
As we don't have this kind of, I can promote, right?
Well, I think so, unless you have it.
Go to Rosehip.
Okay, Rosehip.
Yeah. But I will also miss all the spas, the nature, basketball, and congratulations for the victory of today. Way!
Thank you.
And the shorter list, I will maybe never ever miss the heating system set up here when someone else decide when it should be warm and cold in my apartment. That was a tricky one for me, at least. I will not miss maybe the traffic, especially the roundabouts. They are quite scary. Yeah, I think that's all.
So the heating system, which can be easily solved if you move to a newer apartment, and the traffic jams.
Yeah, so nothing.
The traffic.
I can just bike instead,
Okay,
right?
okay, fair enough. Thank you so much for those insights. Ule, you may already have done 8 things in Lithuania by now. What would they be? Welcome, by the way. We want to hear your voice. We haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And it's great to be here. I'm a little bit nervous. This is my first time meeting such an audience. Many new people. I look forward to getting to know you, all of you. And I'm really then thankful for Helen, who has learned me some of the ropes, but not all the ropes. And then also, of course, I look forward to starting really to get to know things. I've done 1 or 2 things. I have 1 or 2 reflections that I may share with you, Givle, and there will be more to come. Let me start with the basket then. Coming from Norway, I was under the impression that Lithuania was a country of skiers. We always watch you at cross-country skiing and biathlon, but I understand that it's basketball, which is the thing.
Yeah, because we used to have snow in our winters. Now it's like 50-50, so we're not really skiers.
We come straight from a panel on climate, so maybe that was where it disappeared. And then another impression and a challenge, and I'll go for it right away, and then help me afterwards. I will say that I need to be able to communicate in Lithuanian the name of the office of which I am part. So here it goes. Šiaurės, ministrų, tarybos, biuras, Lietuvoje.
Wow! Well done, you did it right at the start.
I can assure you it took a lot of courage. and I will continue. So what else have I done? Well, I have an apartment. It's an old apartment. It's right over here. For the time being, the heating is all right. And then we will see. I love the place. It's in Švati-Mykolo, and it's really great. There I have tourists passing every day, taking photos. The Japanese, they come very early in the morning, I've noticed. And I've made the reflection that actually, when I look at all the tourists you have in Vilnius, and how authentic and original you have been able to maintain Vilnius, I think that is a great feat. And this is not the case everywhere in Norway, I can assure you. So really one big point to you all for that. What more have I done? I've bought a bike.
Well done.
Because, it's a good way to get to see the city and around. And I'm really, I wouldn't say surprised, but I must say I am impressed with how the facilities for biking around here it is. I can go everywhere, and I have also got miserably lost on many occasions. But in that sense, I learned to know more about the city, and then I hope, with your help, I shall not professionally be equally lost as I start my work. I've also noticed by our office there's the Portal Cities thing. Do you know it? Portal City, where we can stand outside town hall and we can wave at people somewhere else in the world, wherever in the world they are, than America or Spain or whatever. And to me this tells me something about how Lithuania has chosen with independence, not only independence for itself, but really to make sure that you are part of the world community. And everyone here is then a world citizen in a sense. That, I think, tells us something also about what we Nordic Baltics can do together here. And finally, impression, which is very important, I have a super staff of people at the office that can help me.
Are they here? Shall we
they
ask
are
them
here.
to
Yeah,
wave?
could you raise your hands?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
And we have, as you will also see, a very broad portfolio of sectors we're working, things we do, and with these fantastic colleagues, we will continue in the spirit of Helen, but also in the spirit of Nordic-Baltic cooperation.
Thank you so much for these deep insights. I just want to really make this comment about the cycling paths. I'm really glad that you find them so well developed, because the Lithuanian cyclists would say there are some bike lanes that just like lead you to nowhere. They just end at some point. So you will experience that too.
I've been there too. Actually, it's the Oslo Gatve, and I think it's ironic that it's from my city where it all stops.
Yeah. So yeah, but we are improving. The other comment that I wanted to make was that artist project. Once I took my daughter, and I thought that it would be nice to show her, some other people from some other city, and someone else started showing bad signs, and she was really small, and I thought it's a nice project, but in this case it didn't work. I'm not going to show them, but it's just a small comment. I really want to dive into what your background is, because I think the next question that comes to people's minds is where does he come from? What was he doing before? So obviously you have all met Helen, but Helen, maybe let's start with you. I think that the first time you got to Lithuania was in the 90s, right? And then what was it? Did you work on regional democracy project between Sweden and Lithuania, and then you stayed, or was it a separate coming to Lithuania?
No, it's true. I was working for the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, and we had a lot of projects going on with south part of Sweden and Lithuania. And one was very much focusing on 5 twin cities. It was here in Lithuania. It was Panevėžys, Vilnius, Šiaurės, Kaunas, Klaipėda, and then the ones in Sweden. And we did a lot of cooperation in the field of politicians meeting each other. But we work, of course, for those who know me, also on youth parliament. But I was not living here. I worked for a Swedish organization under the MFA of Sweden. But then I came back. Still didn't live here, but worked for the Swedish International Development Agency of Sweden. And now it's around 2000. And I was the desk officer for Lithuania. So we had, I think in total, because then we were also have started to phase out the aid and the aid projects. But if I just, because we were having a lot of evaluations on how we have worked with Lithuania and Sweden, so I think the list of projects from the early 90s to when you became a member of the EU, 2004, were about 1,000. And in, I could say, all different sectors, big, with the World Bank and so on and so forth. So, yes, when I came back, got this position as the director of the Nordic Council of Ministers, it was to come back and come home and to see what's had happened in 15 years. So, yeah, so that was also why I chose to come to Lithuania again.
And could you remind us, those 8 years you spent there here in Lithuania uninterrupted?
No, full. Yeah, okay. I was stranded actually in Sweden once when the pandemic started, so some month there. But otherwise, I have lived here full time, the whole 8 years.
I will want to ask you what has changed in Lithuania in those 8 years to your view. But let's now ask Ule. We want to get to know you. I know that you worked as a diplomat who has worked in places like Afghanistan, Mali. You have worked in Ukraine, Russia as well. What was the most memorable location, maybe the most memorable experience work-wise that you would single out?
Well, I think Kiev, obviously, Ukraine, it was my first posting as a diplomat, and they're always very formative and very memorable. So that is something that I carry with me in my heart. And these days also, of course, it's more present than ever for obvious reasons. And then I've done many other things. Yes, I've been a Russia hand for many years, but I think that if we look back when I started in the mid-90s, actually I came from the Norwegian Navy, from defense. And I joined diplomacy because we were in a situation where we, since 91, were in a new world order, right? And the whole thing was different. Now it was about how to preserve that new world order, how to reinforce it and make sure that we gave it a direction, and that we then nurtured our new neighbors, in a sense, new relations with neighbors and people diplomacy in the north and with Russia and all of this. So I went in with a view to really be a part of the opening up of this new world for us and all the opportunities in it for us. And then, now, when I arrive here, it's as if we have come full circle through my professional life back to where we came from when I started. And you know, you can continue reflecting a long time on this, but I think that we of course need to ask some questions about why we have ended up where we are, but we should also, and that more importantly, ask ourselves questions about what shall we then do in the time to come. And the next, for instance, 5 years, I think, will be extremely important. How do we meet the moment?
Yeah.
That's a big question. And I'm sure we're going to discuss this more during
Yeah,
the
because
talk.
I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned Ukraine and you did work as a diplomat in Ukraine. Russia's war in Ukraine has led us to strengthening our military powers, but also resistance of society. Would you say that, because Nordic countries are really a good example here, would you say that this will remain your priority?
It will certainly remain a priority. As people are saying, and we also had a panel previously here, the front line today is not there between states as before. Today it is everywhere, and it's certainly within countries. Societal security, resilience, all the projects that we have and that Helen has developed through these 8 years with colleagues, they are more important than ever. We share values, we share democratic sentiments, we share a view towards political participation among youth. It's a topic in every Nordic country, actually. And we share many other things. And I would like to add, we are Nordic Baltic countries with Greenland and Faroe Islands and Åland. We are almost 30 million people. So in numbers, we are many. And in the UN, for instance, we are 8 important votes. And we are a set of 8 countries that are regularly in the Security Council. This gives us also globally a very strong say. We must make sure that we use it. So we will work on all of these things where we do not have a mandate in defense and security.
Yeah.
But the rest, which is maybe as important, how we work with this inside, we are there and we are all over there.
Thank you. Helen, I promised that I would ask you this, and I really want to, because now I feel like we're moving to visions and ambitions and the next steps ahead already. But from your perspective, what has changed in Lithuania in those 8 years that you've been here, or maybe since the moment you first arrived to Lithuania in the 1990s?
A lot, but just allow me to reflect on when who thought I know your country and have been here very much before. I came to Klaipėda with Brigitta on an exhibition. And I told Brigitta and my former colleagues that no worries, I will take care of myself. I will find my way because I know exactly where the town hall is and the Vytautas Magnus Gymnasium because I've been there hundreds of times. I couldn't find my way. It was a new city, so totally different developed. Maybe we would use as to explain it, but I definitely needed to look in the map, and although I have been on those streets, but with new brands, with new fresh buildings, and I would say we summarize this as nicely urban planning development. But if we talk about even longer, when we opened the office in 1991, here as the first diplomatic entity or agency from abroad. And then compare how we work together today. This is of course totally different. We maybe even used words like aid. We focus very much on culture, information, communication. Please choose the Nordics, learn from us. We will come here as experts, but now, I mean, we develop projects together. We have one big ear towards Lithuania and the priorities, and to see what we will do with the stakeholders. But of course, we have also the mandate of ours that is given by the Nordic Council of Ministers, but where we meet. This is where we are doing. Then there are maybe some areas such as gender, LGBTQI, equality, where we always will maybe not always ask your approval, but we will be there anyway because it's so important to continue to work on values, democracy, and so on. And this is why we are here in Būtent, right? And just as a last one, I would maybe say that today we talk about digitalization, climate, energy, and so many more areas, and that was maybe not the case. We talk about the whole society and we cooperate. The Nordics learn from Lithuanians, the Lithuanian learns from the Nordics. That is how it should be. Yeah.
When you mentioned Būtent, I thought that, because today I heard some comments about how this park looks like Hyde Park and so on and so forth, some people don't really know that this is the tradition that we sort of took from the Scandinavian countries, right? And the council was also a unit that contributed to the first ever Būtent festival, right? Is there anyone who knew that already? Okay.
It's my colleagues.
Yeah, it's the social bubble we're in, but not everybody. But it is true, right?
It is true, but we were also there together with the British Council, Open Society, and some Scandinavian companies such as Swedbank and Telia. So yes, and we also organized study visit to the Norwegian and the Danish democracy festivals, just to see how it could look like.
If you had to single out several points, several things that you are mostly proud of when we speak about your time in Lithuania, your achievements as a director of the council bureau, what would you choose?
I have a long list in front of me. No, but I think internally.
Try not to read. Try to
No,
think
no,
from
no.
your heart.
You know, I think I know them by heart. But internally, I would say that we dared and we got the mandate to focus on children and youth, and to focus on vulnerable groups, to leave no one behind. And if I may say, we are absolutely the best Nordic institution when it comes to how to integrate and how to do that when it comes to children and youth. But I also would like to mention the importance to work with Estonia and Latvia and our offices there. And we have developed throughout the years many projects in many fields, including social welfare. I see Laura here from the Ministry of Social Security and Labour, so I can't not mention integration of migrants, including refugees. But also, for us, the cooperation directly between Lithuanians, maybe sometimes with the office as facilitator when it comes directly to the Nordic institutions. Nordforsk, when it comes to research, it has increased from zero to fantastic cooperation. Cultural houses in Reykjavik or in Torshavn, and so on and so forth. But that is, I think, extremely. But having said that, trustful cooperation with the Lithuanians partners is, of course, the most important, that we build trust and that they trust us. But if I should highlight just few projects and initiatives, it would be that just after the full-scale innovation in Ukraine, we were allowed to include Ukraine in all our activities. That was very, very important, and I am very, very proud of that. I'm also proud that we in the office have been able to continue to work on independent media in Belarus, although quite not easy, but we have found a way to do so, and I hope you will continue. And if I should just, I can't not mention Būtent, that we went to Svalbard with the relevant institution here with Lina.
Which is in Sweden, right?
Oh, it's in Norway.
In Norway? I'm so sorry.
But it's just an island up there. But to deliver to our seed vault, that any of our countries in the world are welcome to, so to say, have a B plan if something happened with your own storage. So we went there with a black bag with the first 4,000 seeds. That was quite amazing. Some journalists also, you know, communication. And last but not least, the first ever Nordic-Baltic Youth Summit was here in Vilnius and will continue in, that must be in Manvidas, will continue here in Finland this year. So
it does sound like a long list of achievements, right, Ole?
Oh yes, indeed, scaring. And I will continue the independent media, absolutely, rest assured.
I would ask you what you thought changed in Lithuania, but then because you haven't lived here, I know that you not only presented these 8 points in the beginning, what you have already managed to do, but you have also been analyzing to know Lithuania better, which I find really impressive. And for example, you have analyzed a study on what people in the Baltic states dream. Would you share some of the findings and how do you think they will help you in your current position?
Yeah, gladly so, because I found that extremely interesting, actually. I don't know if you all are aware, but Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, they made a survey in spring 2024, so it's not a long time ago, about what people dream of in the 3 Baltic states. And first of all, people dream differently in the 3 Baltic states. Now, I'm not talking about what you dream about during the night, but really your visions, your ambitions, what you work for, where you see yourself in some years. Huh? And as to the one on Lithuania, it's interesting also to compare with the happiness index and what age groups that are sort of most happy in Lithuania, and also to ask why is there a generational gap there. If we start with the dream study, the first thing is that Lithuanians have dreams. They do dream. The other is that women dream more than men, meaning have more ambitions, apparently, right? Want to go somewhere. Also that young people dream more than the elderly generation. So already there is something. And then what exactly they are dreaming about, you would maybe think in terms of peace and security, war and threat. But no, at this time at least, on top was traveling. The people of Lithuania want to travel abroad. They want to travel to the other Nordic countries, for instance. Also, like any other in Nordic countries, because I think this is very similar actually to what we dream about. Good jobs, good education, a good career also for many. And then also sort of a good, safe lifestyle. So these very sort of ordinary but important things. But also it tells me that these are things that we, as we develop as societies, Nordic and Baltic societies over time, we start taking for granted. And now we are at a crucial moment where we should ask ourselves, what does it take to make sure that we can remain with our dreams, have them realized, and that we, again, if you look at the happiness index and so on, remain happy at the level that we are. And it's interesting then that people up to 30 here in Lithuania are rated as the most happy. And then, if I may, I came across one interesting article with reference to the famous book by Cormac McCarthy saying, Lithuania, no country for old men. Right? If up to 30, you're happy, you're on top of the happiness index, but then the curve goes down. And since we also had a discussion here about division in society, so the breaking points where forces that want to break up society, break up cohesion, break up the sense of trust, they go in exactly there. The feeling of exclusion, the feeling of differences, the feeling of different economic levels and so on. So the importance of economic redistribution and redistribution equally of opportunities is extremely important. And I have noticed that this is also on top of service here in Lithuania.
What does that tell you, though? Because I was thinking, if we're that close to the Scandinavian countries, you know, within so many parameters, maybe there won't be a lot of work to do for you here. You know, we are very well developed. We do not have to use notions like aid, as Helen said, but it's more about cooperation. How will that translate into your work? Is my question.
Yeah, but your question would presume that also Nordic countries were sort of developed to the point where everything was hunky-dory, and and of course we are not. And as a Nordic person, a Norwegian person, I can assure you there are differences between the Nordic countries in many ways, and of course there is a lot to do in Norway. And allow me to speak about my own country now, and not about the whole Nordic family of countries, because I haven't been in the position long enough. I hardly started. But in my country, we have national elections in a small week, actually, 8th of September. And it's interesting to see what are the key issues that people vote for. And on the previous panel here, there was also the assumption that all we think about in the Nordic countries, including Norway, is about climate and biodiversity, and we are oh so green. But we are not. If you look at what's on top of the agenda, it is actually economic redistribution. And then very quickly you get to the prices of energy, prices of food, and also the tax debate, taxes, and then you have peace and security, and then on some sixth place or something you have climate and nature, environment, biodiversity. Very exactly, actually, the same as here, more or less. So we are quite equal, but we have the same challenges too, I would say. But we can deal with them much better if we do it together.
This is a very good point, at which I think I will see if there are any hands coming up to ask questions. We have been talking for half an hour, but I can see that because people have drinks, they're having tiny conversations, and if you want to expand these conversations into the area of stage, do raise your hand and ask something. Ule or Helen, who are with us, for Ule, this is just the beginning. For Helen, sadly, she's approaching towards the end of her journey in Lithuania and in her office. So this is a great opportunity to communicate with them. I can see one hand up. I'm not sure we've got a microphone. I think we do. The gentleman over there.
Yeah, thank you. Very good insight on happiness and on age gap. Yeah, but for me, working with regional policy, there's also another trend. Existing is distribution of elderly population unevenly. Yes, cities are getting younger. Yeah, rural areas are getting older. Maybe there's also some links in this aspect. And do you see that similar trends in Norway, for example, North and Oslo and things like that?
Thank you. Would you comment?
Well, I will quickly comment because we are joining an interesting conference on this subject very soon, 4th of September. And of course, we have the same challenges in Norway. The districts, all the young people, in particular the women, are moving out, seeking education and leaving the men behind. And the male population gets older, and these communities feel further and further away from the political and economic center of the country. So this is a great challenge. And if you look at Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, we have the same challenges, but we have chosen to deal with them in different ways. All of us, also Finland, by the way.
And did you want to comment?
I think it's extremely important. We haven't mentioned it, but definitely something that we also work on together with our colleagues at the Nordic Welfare Center and also colleagues in Latvia and Estonia. And as Ole said, some events to come, but this is highly on the agenda in all 8 or I mean Greenland has extremely difficulties in this regards and also the Faroe Island and Åland Island, but absolutely, and we have a lot of the statistics interlinked with this, and some of the municipalities today in Finland towards the border, it's really looks not good at all. And then of course when we see sorry to mention, but that we maybe don't have so many newcomers into our country, then that will also be difficulties in the end of the day to solve.
When we were talking about how perfectly or not perfectly things work in the Nordic countries, some of you, I think Ule has mentioned trust, and I thought that this is what we always or often think in Lithuania, that everything works works in these countries, because these are the countries where people trust institutions and so on and so forth, which is something we do not really have here just yet. So I was thinking maybe you could expand on the trust topic a little and say that, you know, this is your general feeling as well, Helen, for example, you who has spent 8 years here. Do you feel that there's not enough level of trust in Lithuanian society?
I don't want to sound like a besserwisser or anything, but it's different, definitely. And yes, the trust maybe is higher in the Nordics. But I think if we talk about trustful cooperation and with the aim to leave no one behind, or to give your voice to those who need your voice as well, I do believe we definitely need to clearly work on societal security, including crisis preparedness and resilience, because I think trust will come into that, so to say, package. So that is maybe my advice, and that doesn't go only for Lithuania. It goes for all our countries.
Ole?
Yeah, for a long time in Norway we've been saying that trust is our greatest asset as a society, and also our first line of defense from attacks from abroad. But I will also add that trust is not a constant situation. It has to be worked on, it has to be developed, it has to be nourished, it has to be protected every day. Yes, it's about trust in our institutions, but I would also like to say that one institution, the sort of biggest of them all, maybe most important of them all, is the institution of democracy, as you know it. Trust in the electoral processes, trust in how then society takes care and government takes care of the minority population. The role of democracy is much more than the electoral process. It's also about how though the majority population take care of the minority population, and how you actually do redistribute wealth, and how you do work for inclusion and avoid exclusion, all of these things. And if that stops, then the level of trust and people's trust in institutions will quickly fall. And it takes a long time to regain that trust.
And having said that,
Can I just say one thing on trust?
Obviously.
Very,
yes.
very, very short. I think, I mean, we call it actually the Nordic gold, right? But we talk about social trust. And that is to trust someone you don't know. And I think that is a little bit maybe also the difference between our countries sometimes. Because then it's built on that you trust your institutions, but it's very important to be able to trust a person, someone, you, that I only met a few days ago. We trust each other, and so on and so forth.
Helen, we met several Būtents ago.
I know.
But I get your point, and in this context I want to ask you, would you trust us enough to tell us what are your next steps in life after you leave Vilnius?
Yes. You never know what will come around the corner. But if you will follow me on LinkedIn or try to see what I'm doing, I do believe that my vision right now is to retire, but to be very active. And the vision is to be the best volunteer in Stockholm ever. In the field of...
How is that measured?
I don't know. But for those who know me, it will be very much interlinked with youth, children, and the ones that are maybe most vulnerable, for the aim to leave no one behind.
So you will be volunteering?
Yes. Looking forward to. No.
And Ole, I think from you we will want probably a list of the next steps, or a vision or an ambition, a plan, what you're going to do here. I mean, not in a sense globally and politically speaking too, but also maybe, you know, people have ideas here, and after we have spoken, they can approach you and you want to meet more and more people, you want to meet most of them. What are your next steps, and what is your vision in this position? What should we know in advance?
Yeah, first, just to land in my new job and new responsibilities. But then I want to broadcast, so to say, that next year we have the 35th anniversary of Nordic-Baltic cooperation. That is a big thing. For the time being, we have only decided on the date because the date is given, the 23rd of March. So make a note of that, 23rd of March. And there will be events. But the main point is not the event, or whether it's then led by prime ministers and where it is and so on. It is about what we are able to build on and then do further as awareness building on what we are actually achieving with this important Nordic-Baltic cooperation. And I think that if we speak about vision and what I would like to fill into the 35-year anniversary, are the visions already stated by the Nordic Council of Ministers at the outset, mostly for the Nordic countries, but now we realize that really to succeed we also need to include the Baltic states in this, and those are embedded in the Vision 2030 by the Nordic Council of Ministers: a greener Nordic-Baltic region, a more competitive region, and also a more socially sustainable region. And actually the whole goal is to become the best integrated and best socially sustainable region in the world. And I can think of no other region than the Nordic-Baltic region to achieve that goal. We are in the forefront. No one else has the same position in terms of reaching these goals as we do combined. And my vision is that as we round 2030, we realize that we're not really speaking about two regions, the Nordic and the Baltic, but we are speaking about one region. Then integration will have come to the point where I really would love to see it. And then one last word, if I may. I think it is extremely important to realize that the next 5 years will be not only dynamic, but very sort of decisive as to where we go from here. And it will be interesting, I think, to try to know or foresee what historians will say about us in 2050 and how we were then from 2025 able to seize the moment to take the responsibility, take charge, and give ourselves and this bigger region a direction.
Is this doable, do you think, Helen?
Everything is doable. But also remember, we have a strategy within the Nordic Council of Ministers that we should also be the best place for children and youth in the world. But if I would, what I would like to see more, maybe is
in the next 35 years.
I don't know. Could be tomorrow, on Monday, I meant. I mean, I think we can agree that the Nordics are more well known here in the Lithuania or in the Baltics than the other way around. And I think here we have a really important things to do, and I do believe that the office can play a role in this. But I also do believe that then also Lithuania needs to want that.
To be promoted by the Nordic countries, is that what you're saying?
No, but maybe the Baltics would like to be more well known in the Nordics.
Well, of course they would, I think.
Yeah, but then we need to find tools and resources for that. And I don't say that we should do everything, but we maybe should do it together with the relevant stakeholders here in Lithuania, maybe with additional resources. Depends on here. I think it's really would be a very interesting discussion and to see where Lithuania stands on this. But I do believe that we need to make the Baltics more well known in the Nordics.
Does anyone agree? See, everybody, thank you. I think I've got one final question, and maybe I will see if there's anyone in the audience who wants to ask a question still. To Helen, first of all, what would your wish be for the next 35 years? I mean, you basically kind of answered that, 35, because we are about to celebrate the 35th anniversary. But was it March 23rd? You said in March. Next 35 years? What if Ole came up to you and said, so tell me, what is one line of, thought that I should take up on? What is one wish that you want to...
Okay, we have very many Nordic cooperation. Let's do all the ones, Nordic-Baltic cooperation in all different fields and with the same kind of strength. I am not going to say that, it will be the Nordic-Baltic Ministry, blah, 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 Council. No, I think that is not what is needed. It's more to create resilience together and to really emphasize the cooperation in different fields and learn from each other, but that we should have the same status. So I have to say Swedish, Norwegian and all the others need to learn more about you. I know it's not a great answer, but we need to work on that.
But do you think it's us who have to work on that more than you? Obviously, right?
Yeah. But we do it together, right?
Right. Is there anyone who wants to ask something? Or maybe make a wish? If you could introduce yourself if you want to, that would be lovely.
Hello, so I'm Jovita from Artscape, and we've been collaborating so very nicely with Helen for many years. And I want to congratulate Ole joining us. And Helen said very beautiful thought that it's very important for integration is social contract and social trust. And integration is a very big topic right now in Lithuania because for the past 5 years, increasing immigrants into Lithuania is increasing more and more. And with aging society in Lithuania, it's going to be even more numbers in the coming years, as well with the global immigrants due to the climate change. So in order for us to integrate properly all the newcomers, what the measures should be taken? Because I believe, and I believe you agree, that integration is the key, because for the war, the front changed from the physical line to the social cultural places, to the social media places, in the digital places as well. So in order for us to be strong as one unit, the Nordic Council and the Baltic Council together, what the measures should be taken that integration would be done well between our regions and in general with the newcomers? Thank you.
Thank you. Ole, will you take that?
Yeah, of course. It's a big question. It's a very important one. But I think that we need to realize that the Vision 2030 is more than just words and a vision. When it states greener, more competitive, more socially sustainable, under each of them, there are very specific actions to take. And these are the actions that the Nordic countries are working continuously on. And there is then a view to including the Baltic states more and more. But that is based on whether you want to go there, of course. But we do not see that our region, this region, our mutual region can really continue developing and keeping the position we have without becoming greener. And I say that also from a country which is petroleum producing, right? We have realized this for a long, long time. Our industry needs to change production, and we need to develop the new technologies. We need to use them and build business on that. We need to heighten our level of productivity, economic productivity, and also the level of education has to remain very high, and we need to educate people into what is needed in society. And then, as we spoke about other social inclusion, social security issues, societal security, all of these sustainability issues on the social side, there are, health, social, children, youth, all of these soft things that are so important. Sometimes I ask whether, it's a misnomer to call hard security because, and then soft, because the hardest, I think, are the soft security items, the most important. But all the instruments are there. It's for us to actually work on them.
I will maybe answer more on migrants. I would say that access to the labor market is extremely important. And here, when it comes to integration of migrants and refugees, we can learn so much from each other. And I know you have done so much here in Lithuania. But also, I think it's extremely important to work with municipalities and then also to facilitate the cooperation between municipalities and NGOs, because we all need a support mechanism to feel welcomed and also not to fear and to be scared about something new. So I would definitely just advise you to continue to work on what you're already doing, and culture, of course, and art is extremely important in this regard.
As interesting as it is to listen to you, and as much as we would want to ask you millions of more questions, but I kind of feel like we've reached the limit where we want to approach you personally, have a little reception, have some friendly conversations, and maybe Ole, you can now tell us how open you are to the, establishing new connections. What is the best way to approach you for people? Shall they write you emails with all their projects listed in them, or do you prefer a call? What is it like? How do you like to network with people?
Yeah, I would prefer having a WhatsApp, a two-liner, and then the bigger proposals and things, they go to my colleagues and we will discuss them. But approach me on the easiest way possible. But also follow us on LinkedIn and on our web page. Look at what we are doing, come with ideas. The whole thing is that this is sort of a people-to-people diplomatic effort where we meet and we exchange and we see where the needs are and where the opportunities are and what we can deliver and how we can deliver. And then you push us, but we are certainly going to push you as well.
But before you're being pushed, we will all have a nice little conversation and then maybe a drink here. And I think at this point, we will do two separate rounds of applause, of thank yous. First of all, to Ole, who has joined us, and we are very happy to welcome you here. And thank you so much for letting us get to know you better in this event. I think we've learned certain things about you. We saw how you think, and we really are really enthusiastic about meeting you. So thank you so very much for joining us here in this conversation.
And thank you, Givile, for moderating excellently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think this is now where we will deliver another big round of applause to Helen, who is about to leave. Helen, are you sad about leaving, or are you like enthusiastic about volunteering more?
Both, because I will do something totally different. But I am also extremely proud of what we have achieved. So I'm sad, as we said in the beginning, to miss all of you and to not work Nordic Baltic. That will be very painful for me. But on the other hand, it's time to move on. And here you have the flag.
Yay! An official flag handling ceremony. So this was an applause to the flag handing ceremony, but now we will deliver another applause of thank you to Helen, who has served 8 years here. Thank you for spending all this time for us. Thank you, everybody. I think this is not the end. I think there will be pizza or something. Yeah, a picnic. So do stay on. Talk with one another. What was it? Yeah, the after work, after discussion, after Būtent feeling. We will stay here for a bit. So do not run away and enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you so much for coming here.